week, and with your permission, distinguished delegates, deliver his personal remarks in his role as outgoing chair of the COPUOS at that time. We thank you and appreciate your understanding. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and representatives, as you all are aware, the committee will shortly elect its officers for the period 2024-2025 in accordance with the established procedures. However, before proceeding with the election of its officers, the committee should adopt its agenda for this session. We shall now proceed with the adoption of the agenda. Distinguished delegates, you have before you, for your approval and adoption, the provisional agenda for the session contained in document A/AC.105/L.337. This provisional agenda has been prepared on the basis of the agreements reached at the 66th session of the committee in 2023, which were subsequently endorsed by the General Assembly in its resolution 78/72 of 7 December 2023. An indicative schedule of work is set out in the annex to the provisional agenda. Please note that the annotations and the indicative schedule of work are not part of the agenda for adoption by the committee and are included only to assist delegations. We should now proceed with the adoption of the agenda itself. I hear no objections. May I take that the agenda is adopted? It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to turn to agenda item 3, election of the officers. I would like to inform delegations that in paragraph 44 of its resolution 78/72, entitled International Cooperation in the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, the General Assembly reiterated, with regard to the composition of the Bureau of the Committee and its subcommittees for the period 24-25, that the committee and its subcommittees should elect their officers at respective sessions in 2024 in accordance with that composition. At its 61st session earlier this year, the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee elected Ulpia Elena Botezatu, Romania, as the chair for the period 24-25. At its 63rd session earlier this year, the Legal Subcommittee elected Santiago Ripoll Carula from Spain as its chair for the period 2024-2025. May I take that the committee endorses the election of the officers of its subcommittees for the period 2024-2025? I see no objections. It is so decided. Distinguished delegates, I now turn to the election of officers for the committee for the period 2024-2025. The following officers are to be elected: Mr. Sharif Mohammed Sadki of Egypt for 2024 session and Mr. Rafiq Akram of Morocco for 2025 session shall be elected for the office of chair of the committee. Mr. Juan Francisco Fachete Fernandez of Paraguay shall be elected to the office of the first vice chair of the committee for the period 2024-2025. Mr. Hassan Abbas of Pakistan for the 24th session and Ms. Heska Al-Khalifa of Bahrain for 2025 session shall be elected to office of second vice chair of the committee. Distinguished delegates, do I take that the committee elects those officers to serve the committee for the period 2024-2025? I see no objections. It is so decided. I warmly congratulate the new Bureau members on their election. In my capacity as first Vice Chair, it has been my great honor serving as member of the Bureau for 2023 and to witness this committee deliver on its mandate, to work across so many pertinent matters to advance governance of outer space activities. I would like to wish you all success as we move through this session and deliver. The world's eyes are on this committee as the unique platform for international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of the outgoing Bureau, I would like to express sincere appreciation for the trust that you have placed in us and express our sincere congratulations for the elected officers for this period of 2024-2025. Therefore, it is my honor to invite the Chair, Mr. Sharif Sadki of Egypt, and his two Vice Chairs, Mr. Juan Francisco Facchetti of Paraguay and Mr. Hassan Habas of Pakistan, to assume their functions at this podium and wish them all the best. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and representatives. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. I'm honored to have been elected chair, and thank you all for the confidence placed in me, and I assure you of my commitment to continuing the successful work of the committee. Together with my colleagues in the Bureau for 2024, Mr. Juan Francisco Facchetti of Paraguay and Mr. Hassan Abbas of Pakistan, and the handover of the Bureau for 2025, Mr. Rafiq Akram of Morocco as the chair, and Ms. Hissa Al Khalifa of Bahrain as the second vice chair, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Omran Sharaf of the United Arab Emirates, who proficiently guided the work of the committee for the period 2022-2023, together with his Bureau members for that period, Ms. Jenny Tapio of Finland in 2022, and Mr. Calorin Rigo Costa of Portugal in 2023, and Mr. Oleg Venskovsky of Ukraine. The COPUOS subcommittees held substantial discussions this year and made important progress in key areas, including space sustainability, space resources, consultation on lunar activities, the use of nuclear power sources and space law. I would in particular like to thank the chairs of the two subcommittees, Ms. Ulpa Elena Muzzato of Romania and Mr. Santiago Ripoll Carula of Spain, for their work and guidance. Yes, we encounter some hurdles, but we remain committed and will deliver in line with our responsibility as the prime multilateral body for the peaceful, scientific, and legal aspects of space. I would like to express my gratitude to the chairs and vice chairs of the working groups who have already made the cycle a success. Important achievements have been made. The working group of the whole agreed on the scope, duration, and the title of the agenda item on dark and quiet skies, astronomy, and large constellations, addressing emerging issues and challenges, and have recommended the item to the committee for approval. The Long-Term Sustainability Working Group held a workshop during the 61st session of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, and the Nuclear Power Sources Working Group kicked off work under its multi-year work plan. The Space Resources Working Group held an international conference on space resources during the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, and an expert meeting collecting preliminary inputs for consideration at the International Conference in Vienna in 2024, which was co-hosted by Belgium and Luxembourg and organized in cooperation with the United Nations. The Status of the Treaties Working Group agreed its multi-year work plan on the exchange of views on the implementation of Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty. I also would like to extend my appreciation and gratitude to the UNUSA Director, Ms. Arti Holamaini, and her dedicated team for outstanding and substantive support to the committee. Dear Arti, as this is your first session of the committee, it's my privilege to thank you for your leadership as UNUSA Director and to your team in implementing the increasingly important mandate of UNUSA. I welcome the Director's leadership in providing a vision and strategy aligned to the priorities of Member States and for keeping us motivated and engaged with a new, innovative approach. The UN Lunar Conference is a testament of one such new initiatives. I note with appreciation that the three bodies established by this committee, being the ICG, Same Page, and UN, have continued to deliver and drive forward international collaboration and coordination. I thank all delegations for their efforts in ensuring this progress. I'm conscious that I'm assuming the honor of the chairmanship at a difficult time, where this committee and its two subcommittees are called upon to rise to the challenge of developing relevant, consensual frameworks as needed, while building upon existing UN treaties for a sector which is advancing at a pace we have never seen before. Furthermore, it's crucial to continue to strengthen international collaboration to implement Space Agenda 2030, especially through allowing developing countries to harness the benefits of space technology, drive socioeconomic development, and improve resilience to environmental challenges and ensure fair access to space. Distinguished delegates, the importance of this ongoing work in the committee and its subcommittees will be further reinforced at the Summit of the Future in September this year. I encourage each and every one of you to engage your capitals and your colleagues in New York on the importance, firstly, of implementing relevant frameworks agreed by this committee, and secondly, of our intention as the only multilateral committee responsible for outer space governance to work and hopefully agree on elements and determinants that address new space challenges, such as space traffic coordination, active debris removal, and space resources. I do believe we have everything to gain by preserving Vienna as the historic and future center of space governance. The momentum is there. Let us come together and embrace it. The relevance of this committee is also clearly underscored by the continued and growing interest of new member states and non-governmental entities to join and constructively contribute to the dialogue on new space challenges and opportunities that are addressed here. This year, and as per General Assembly Resolution A/78/72, I welcome European Astronomical Society and three-country trusted broker as the newest international organizations with observer status within the committee. I'm furthermore looking forward for the committee to consider latest memberships and observer applications at this session. Distinguished delegates, we have a tight program before us, and I'm confident that this section will once again serve as an outstanding platform for dialogue on critical issues. The world's attention is on this committee. In order to make progress and successfully arrive at the adoption of our final report, I kindly ask you to respect the time limits for statements, which is maximum 5 minutes, especially given the numerous requests for statements that we have received. I highly appreciate your collective efforts to uphold the Vienna spirit through the virtue of compromise and by focusing squarely on the substance and technical nature of this committee. If we can continue to make progress, I strongly believe our actions will reaffirm the value of the work of this committee and its key role in space governance within the UN system and globally. We have 8 busy days before us, and there is a wealth of diplomatic expertise in this room. I count on your constructive cooperation to make this session a success. I thank you for your kind attention. Distinguished delegates, I would like to inform delegations that I have received communications from the following states requesting permission to attend and participate in the meeting of the current session of the committee as observers: Djibouti, Myanmar, and Nepal. and LAO. Laupediar. In conformity of the past practices of the committee, I would like to suggest that we invite these states as observers to attend the current session and to address the committee as appropriate. That is, of course, without prejudice to further requests of this nature and does not involve any decisions of the full committee concerning status. It's a courtesy that we customarily extend to each delegate. Is there any objection? Yeah, the United States. Yeah, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States notes the request for ad hoc observer status from the permanent mission in Vienna of Myanmar at this meeting. It is our view that it would be inappropriate for the committee to honor this request. As colleagues know, there are currently competing requests for accreditation to the United Nations for the permanent representative of Myanmar. The UN General Assembly Credential Committee has taken the decision to defer the credential issue with regard to Myanmar. As a result of deferral of the issue, the permanent representative of Myanmar in New York may continue to represent Myanmar on a provisional basis at the UN General Assembly and its subsidiary bodies. At the STSC, we recall that both the permanent representative based in New York and the permanent representative based in Vienna submitted competing requests for ad hoc observer status. Even in the absence of such a request from the permanent representative in New York, it would not be appropriate for a representative of Myanmar to be seated in any capacity in a standing committee of the General Assembly without the acknowledgement and support of the permanent representative in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegation wishing to speak under this item? I see none. Distinguished delegates, it stands clear to me that we have no consensus on admittance. In accordance with the established procedures, I therefore ask the delegation to consult and will get back to this matter later in the session. I would like now to come back to the request from Djibouti, Leopard, and Nepal requesting to attend and participate in the meeting of the current session of the committee as observers. In conformity with past practice, I would like to suggest we invite those delegations to attend the current sessions and to address the committee as appropriate. This is, of course, without prejudice to further requests of this nature and does not involve any decisions of the committee concerning status. It's a courtesy that we customarily extend to each delegation. Any objections? If there is no objections, we'll proceed accordingly. It's so decided. Distinguished delegates, I would like to inform the delegations that I have received communications from the following entities maintaining permanent observer offers with the UN, namely from the Holy See and the League of the Arab States, to attend and participate in the meeting of the current session of the committee as observers. I have also received communications from the following organizations requesting permission to attend and participate in the meeting of the current session of the committee as observers, namely from the Global Satellite Operation Association, the International Genetically Engineered Machine Foundation, the Space Renaissance International. I would like to suggest, in conformity with the past practices of the committee, that we invite those delegations as observers to attend the current session and to address the committee as appropriate. That is, of course, without prejudice to further requests of this nature and does not involve any decision of the full committee concerning status. It's a courtesy that we customarily extend to each delegation. If there is no objections, we'll proceed accordingly. It's so decided. Distinguished delegates, General Assembly Resolution 32/71 requires that member states of each United States body be informed at the beginning of each session of the resources available to it. I would like to inform you of the arrangements made for this session of the committee. Duration from the 19th of June to the 28th of June 2024. Total number of meetings 16. Assigned conference rooms M plenary, M2, M3, M4, M5, MOE 24, MOE 26, MOE 27, MOE 100, MO 114, MO 116, MO 118, MO 119, MO 122, MO 123, MO 125, and MO 127. Simultaneous interpretation, Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish, and plenary meetings are webcast on United Nations Web TV. Distinguished delegates, we have a dense agenda before us, and we would like us to proceed in a constructive and cooperative manner. I would therefore like to remind delegations of some of the rules of procedures and methods of work related to the committee and the decisions taken at the 66th session pertaining of organization of work. Agenda. With the exception of agenda item 5, general exchange of views, all agenda items will be considered in sequential order. As soon as discussions on an item other than item 5 have been concluded, the following item will be taken up, time permitting. The number of statements to be made at each meeting under item 5 entitled General Exchange of Views may be limited as necessary in order to allow sufficient time for other agenda items to be considered as planned for each meeting. Unofficial estimated distribution of agenda items has been made available on the COPUOS session web page for information. Statements. For all agenda items, representatives of member states are the first to be given the opportunity to speak under an agenda item, and only then is the floor given to representatives of observer organizations. Statements by delegations are limited to 5 minutes, and this needs to be strictly observed. And technical presentations are limited to 10 minutes. A timekeeping device will be also displayed. The chair of the session could remind delegations when 1 minute remains or could interrupt the delivery of the statements or presentation. But in view of the flow of the session, I would like appeal to delegations in advance to adhere to the time limit. Statements should be submitted preferably 2 days in advance of delivery to ease simultaneous interpretation. Upon submitting statements for interpretation purposes, delegations are to inform the Secretariat as to whether the statement may be uploaded to the website. List of speakers is published on the website of the Secretariat ahead of each meeting. Last-minute changes may apply during the meeting as per the requests of delegations and their availability. Should the flag be raised for a request for the floor, aside from the scheduled list of speakers, delegations are kindly asked to indicate whether they are exercising the right of reply or point of order. The right of reply is to be exercised before closing the agenda item at the ongoing meeting, when the delegation requesting right of reply would be given the opportunity to take the floor. Meetings. Meetings with full interpretation services will be limited to 2 3-hour meetings per day for the duration of the session. The meeting times for meetings with conference services from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 3 to 6 p.m. will be strictly observed, in particular in the view of the liquidity measures in place across the UN Secretariat. The Secretariat should, when practicable and when formal plenary meetings conclude earlier than scheduled, make interpretation services available for informal discussions. These measures are aimed to supporting inclusive and productive engagement during informal discussions. Working group meetings, as indicated in the annex to the annotated provisional agenda, document A/AC 105/L337, the work of the committee at this session has been scheduled so far to afford the working group on the long-term sustainability of the outer space activities of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, which will be convened under Item 7, making use of available interpretation services. Technical presentations should be limited to 3 per meeting and should be closely linked to the agenda items of the committee. Speaking notes for technical presentations should be provided in advance to facilitate simultaneous interpretation. In view of the large number of technical presentations, close to 50, I would also remind delegations to keep technical presentations within 10 minutes or shorter. The draft list of the scheduling of technical presentations is available on the COPUOS session webpage of the website of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. As per practice, the list of scheduling of technical presentations will be closed by this afternoon. Delegations are therefore kindly asked to provide the Secretariat with any updates to that list by no later than 6 p.m. today. Side events. I'm pleased to note numerous side events in conjunction of this session of the committee and would like to invite delegations to avail themselves of this opportunity and attend them. The list of the scheduling of side events and receptions is also available on the session webpage and will aim to remind delegations in my notes daily about the events. Since the session is shaping up to be very full, with the time for the important discussions on matters of substance during the plenary program expected to be tight, I would respectfully ask if delegations could be ready to start each session promptly at 10 a.m. in the morning and 3 p.m. in the afternoon, so that we can maximize the precious time when simultaneous interpretation will be available. Liquidity crisis and meetings. Delegations are aware of the liquidity crisis and the financial capacity constraints that the UN is facing these days. The existing capacities cannot accommodate the demand for both meeting and documentation services. Therefore, there is a need to adhere more strictly to guidelines on providing interpretation, meeting, and documentation services. I wish to remind delegations that ad hoc meetings, informal consultations, and meetings beyond regular hours will not be serviced. I therefore call on the delegations to work constructively with a view to completing our work at this session of the committee within allocated time, and I thank you in advance for your cooperation. Non-calendar meetings, including, for example, informal consultations, briefings, special events, and side events, can be accommodated within regular hours if they are mainly self-service and require no physical, technical, or structural changes to the room. Documentations. As regards to documentations, I was requested to inform delegations that in-session documentation will be handled within the working hours. Turnaround times will be affected. Consequently, draft parts of the report may need to be submitted for editing and translation while the discussion of the agenda item could still be ongoing. The Secretariat needs to adhere to deadlines for submitting documents. Late submissions may result in documentation only be available for the afternoon closing session, unedited or in English only, depending on how late it was submitted for processing. I would also like to remind delegations of the General Assembly's request to cut down on the length of reports issued by the Secretariat, including the reports of intergovernmental bodies. The Secretariat continue to be pressured to further reduce the length of our reports, and measures will have to be taken in accordance with guidelines issued by the Secretary General towards achieving this at this session as well. I would like to assure delegations that we will work together with the Secretariat to ensure these measures do not affect the quality or content of the report and therefore request your understanding and support in this matter. I'm therefore calling on close coordination and cooperation between delegations, the substantive secretariat and conference management services. With that, I trust will bring this session to a successful closing. Finally, considering the availability of simultaneous interpretation provided to us at this session, I would like to remind delegates to speak slowly when delivering their statements. Now I'm going to move to agenda item 5, distinguished delegates. I would now like to begin our consideration of item 5 of our agenda, general exchange of views. Before I open the floor for statements by delegations, I would like to give the floor to the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer State Affairs, Ms. Arti Holamaini, the opportunity to address the committee. Therefore, if I see no obligations, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Arti Holamaini, the Director of the Office for Outer Space, on behalf of the committee to deliver the statement. No objection? Dear Arti, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to welcome you and address you on the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space in my capacity as Director of UNUSA. I would like to thank the outgoing Chair, Omran Sharaf of UAE, as well as Bureau members Carolina Rega Costa of Portugal, Jenny Tapio of Finland, and Oleg Ventovsky of Ukraine. I'm also honored to congratulate the elected Bureau for the year 2024, Sheriff Sedki of Egypt as elected Chair, Juan Francisco Facetti of Paraguay as Vice Chair, and Hassan Abbas of Pakistan as Second Vice Chair and Rapporteur. Allow me to also express my appreciation to Ms. Ulpia Elena Botezatu of Romania and Mr. Santiago Ripoll Carriula of Spain as chairs of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and Legal Subcommittee, respectively. Chair, distinguished delegates, this is my first committee session as UNUSA Director, and together with Driss El Hadani, who is now officially Deputy Director of the Office, we will serve as secretaries of the committee for this session. Please also be informed that the recruitment process for the Secretary of the Committee has now been successfully completed, and the new Secretary is expected to join the office on the 2nd of September. Chair, distinguished delegates, this year marks 65 years since the establishment of COPUOS as a permanent committee of the General Assembly. Over 6 decades, this committee has established a distinguished historical record of shaping global space governance, while strengthening international cooperation and facilitating exchanges among emerging and spacefaring nations alike. UNUSA is committed to serving you as Secretariat and as a capacity builder, and I'm proud that at this session we will hear your success stories of progress in implementing commitments stemming from COPUOS, development of robust national policies, and the establishment of space ecosystems. This is impact. Space activities are becoming more complex, with more actors involved year on year, and becoming increasingly important as the impacts of climate change manifest themselves more harshly on all continents. Accordingly, if it is to remain at the forefront of space governance, then COPUOS too must keep pace, and UNUSA must evolve to support it. Big challenges cannot be tackled alone. On the one hand, they require collaboration and dialogue across borders, across sectors, and across disciplines. And on the other, they require robust organization and strong leadership to keep everyone together, to ensure a coherent approach and alignment of interests. To ensure that UNUSA delivers on your interests, Driss and I launched a UNUSA vision and strategy for the period 2024 to 2030 after our first 100 days. Following over 100 introductory calls during this time, we were able to articulate your priorities and identify where we can add value. We presented 5 strategic objectives. Firstly, ensuring the safe and sustainable use of space. Then, ensuring space data is available, accessible, and affordable to all member states to address climate-related challenges. Thirdly, accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals using space solutions. Fourthly, ensuring developing countries have a voice in these discussions and that they benefit from improved access to space solutions. And finally, accelerating the achievement of all of these objectives by strengthening our engagement with non-governmental actors. Dries and I consider that this new strategy will mark an important and positive change in UNUSA's ability to prioritize and deliver on the expectations of all member states. To complement this, I also launched the United Nations Space Bridge as a platform for structured dialogues through which UNUSA can convene the right stakeholders around pertinent questions to advance knowledge and understanding and identify solutions that positively impact global challenges. The Office has a broad existing portfolio of projects and activities, including technical assistance missions, all of which continue to drive impactful results, from supporting the implementation of space law and policy, to democratizing access to space, to driving national resilience to natural disasters. I invite you to look at the UNUSA 2023 annual report, A Year of Transition, which was published just ahead of this session, and from which you will see that even with our tiny staff contingent of 35 people and only a $6 million budget, $6 million budget, UNUSA already punches above its weight. And there are several work streams where we have facilitated real-world change. Firstly, we act as Secretariat to COPUOS, to the International Committee on GNSS, and to the Space Mission Planning Advisory Group, same page, as well as supporting the International Asteroid Warning Network, IWAN, and the Space and Global Health Network. We also lead coordination of UN entities as Secretariat of UN Space. All of these platforms have continued to deliver results and drive international cooperation over the last year. Secondly, in maintaining the UN Register of Objects launched into outer space, we discharge a treaty obligation of the Secretary-General himself. This helps understand who owns what in space. In 2023, an additional 2,587 functional and 49 non-functional space objects were registered by 32 states and 1 organization. We have delivered tailor-made capacity-building service activities globally on access to space for all, on space law for new space actors, on space for women, and space for water. These tangible initiatives have led to the deployment of countries' first satellites, the establishment of space agencies and space laws, the ratification of treaties, and the creation of space-based solutions that implement the SDGs. Through UN SPIDER, we supported countries with space data and coordination efforts through disasters in Bangladesh, Ghana, Mozambique, Nepal, Turkey, Zambia, as well as delivering technical advisory and institutional strengthening missions in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as well as to small island states in the Pacific. Our publication of the long-term sustainability guidelines remains in high demand, so we have reprinted it and hard copies are once again available in all official UN languages. Many of you are asking for the Space 2030 agenda, which is now available as an outreach publication just ahead of the 2025 midterm review. The Gender Mainstreaming Toolkit for the space sector has been developed and edited based on your most recent feedback, and a joint publication on multi-hazard early warning systems has been published by UN SPIDER. As the new director of UNUSA, I was struck by the fact that we are the only part of the United Nations with a mandate entirely dedicated to space. The office truly is the custodian of space for the SDGs. Dries and I see that very clearly, and from your engagement with us, we know so do you. Chair, distinguished delegates, 3 indicators stand out as evidence of the unprecedented change in space activities happening today. The number of objects in outer space, the increasing role of the private sector, and the commitments of public and private actors to return to deep space and enable human permanence there. It is the pace of these activities and the complexities that they give rise to that puts pressure on the work of this committee. In reaction to this, we frequently hear calls for new binding rules and regulations, along with accusations that COPUOS does not deliver and takes too long. This is inaccurate for multiple reasons. Firstly, through the LTS guidelines, COPUOS has demonstrated a shared political will for what needs to happen to ensure the long-term sustainability of outer space. Binding rules will come from turning these voluntary guidelines into mandatory rules. How? That depends on national implementation, not on COPUOS and not on any other multilateral body for that matter. Without national implementation, the guidelines have no effect. Secondly, COPUOS is showing its ability to address and deliver through consensus future activities by considering the proposal for a consultative mechanism on lunar activities. But these activities alone are not enough. More action is urgently required to support space safety, and that means addressing also complex topics of space traffic coordination and active debris removal. I do not believe that this formal COPUOS setting allows respected delegates and experts to adequately unpack these topics and have substantive discussions and debate on them. Accordingly and respectfully, I urge you, the respected delegates, firstly to continue to implement existing global governance at national level. This will create predictability for your space sector and investors, and it will preserve the space environment, and it will also drive socio-economic growth. Secondly, I encourage you to enhance existing platforms or establish new ones to discuss the substantive issues around space traffic coordination and active debris removal. No one can tell you, the member states, what guidelines, rules, or regulations to adopt or consider. But it is the responsibility of this committee, in line with its mandate, to at least create the fora in which to convene and debate such matters. I would like to encourage you to consider one more important initiative. Today marks the completion of 9 months of my 12-month contract. Much has impressed me in my short time here, but nothing has impressed me more than the impact of UN Spider on building resilience over 55 nations so far, and the International Committee on GNSS, which, regardless of the prevailing geopolitics, has continued to advance on discussions on interoperability of global navigation satellite systems. Both initiatives were born of 2 surviving action teams from a total of 17 action teams, which were agreed on by Unispace 3. Given the multiple imperatives that require action today, perhaps it is the moment to consider convening a Unispace 4 Space Summit in 2027, which would give respected delegates ample time to prepare across 2 COPUOS cycles and identify areas where member states can collectively and through this forum advance on civil space priorities. I do believe that these actions I am boldly submitting for your consideration will serve us well as we seek to reaffirm and build on Vienna as the diplomatic capital of the peaceful uses of space, where a proactive, forward-leaning center of excellence for the space community thrives and continues to consensually make progress on key scientific and legal priorities for the space sector. We can do that by taking pragmatic decisions now that pave the way for our future discussions and collaborative efforts. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to you, the Member States, and our partners for your continued support and commitment for so much of the work we do. As you increase the resources and the commitment to space nationally, it is time to also reaffirm and step up that commitment both to the committee and to UNUSA if we are to deliver on the increasing challenges that are coming before us. By taking a fresh, pragmatic and strategic approach to our work, we can drive transformational change to people's lives and deliver on the expectations of you, the Member States, and the global ecosystem whose eyes are so keenly upon us. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Arti, for this informative statement. I would like to turn now to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative, Ambassador of Colombia, who will deliver the statement on behalf of G77 and China. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, on behalf of the group of G77 and China, I would like to congratulate you, a member of the group, on your election as the chair of the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. I also congratulate your new bureau, which also includes other members of the group, Ambassador Juan Francisco Facchetti of Paraguay as first vice chair, and Mr. Hassan Abbas of Pakistan as the second vice chair and rapporteur. You can count on the group for its full cooperation, and the group will support you. All members of you and all members of the Bureau, as we consider issues of utmost relevance, especially for developing countries, at this important session of the committee. The group further takes the opportunity to thank the director of the office, Ms. Arti Holamaini, and the Secretariat for the preparations for this session. Mr. Chair, the steady growth of COPUOS in recent years is a clear sign of the international recognition of its unique role as the UN forum dedicated to discussing and promoting the peaceful uses of outer space. The group both welcomes and encourages the participation of observers in the committee and subcommittees, as this contributes to greater engagement with the activities of COPUOS. It is important that more member states of the UN be welcome, as this contributes to the promotion of the peaceful uses of outer space. The group underscores its firm conviction that the use and exploration of the outer space shall be carried out exclusively for peaceful purposes, with a view to realizing a shared vision for the future for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, irrespective of their degree of economic or scientific development and in conformity with the body of applicable international law. Universal and equal access to outer space for all countries without discrimination, regardless of the level of scientific, technical, and economic development, as well as the equitable and rational use of outer space for the benefit of all humankind, the principle of non-appropriation of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, by any means, international cooperation in the development of space activities, especially those referred to in the Declaration on International Cooperation in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space for the benefit and in the interest of all states, taking in particular account the needs of developing countries, are among the most important principles that should govern the activities in outer space. The group believes that the Summit of the Future and the Pact of the Future should provide a unique opportunity to foster cooperation and coordination in outer space exploration and utilization, in particular the capacity building efforts and technical support for the benefit of all developing countries. The group reaffirms the importance of preventing an arms race in outer space and placement of weapons of any kind in outer space, and calls upon all states, in particular those with major space capabilities, to contribute actively to the peaceful use of outer space to prevent an arms race, and to refrain from placement of weapons of any kind and any other actions contrary to that objective. In this regard, the group notes that transparency and confidence-building measures could play a useful role. The group believes that preservation of outer space for peaceful uses and its long-term sustainability requires the international community to ensure that no weapons will ever be placed there. The group is of the view that all outer space activities, including mega constellations and the related operations, should fully respect the UN Charter, its principles, including the principle of non-intervention and international law. If mega constellations or any satellite internet company wishes to operate into a country, these operations must respect the legal requirements, landing rights of that country, and the legal instruments of the International Telecommunications Union. The group also urges to refrain from promulgating, adopting, and applying any unilateral economic, financial, and trade measures and related actions contrary to international law and the Charter of the UN, mindful that they hamper or impede access to space and space activities, particularly in developing countries. Developing countries are increasingly engaged in space activities and actively participating in the work of the committee. While several members of this group have achieved important milestones in space activities, others are starting to develop their own space programs and policies. This fact is a recognition of the potential importance and benefit of space activities. The group considers it crucial that developing countries are not left behind or are unfairly treated in space exploration efforts. It is imperative to intensify the efforts to extend to all states the benefits derived from outer space activities, with a view to promoting the contribution of the peaceful uses of outer space to socioeconomic development, including the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, bearing in mind the outcome of the Unispace Plus 50 process, such as the UNGA Resolution 73-6 and the Space 2030 Agenda. In line with the enhancement of international cooperation in outer space activities, it is vital to promote wider participation of developing countries through active and sustained assistance by advanced spacefaring nations and the Office of Outer Space Affairs, free from conditionalities. To this end, capacity building, technical assistance, and transfer of technology are key factors in the expansion of the abilities of those working in the field, allowing them to gain expertise and knowledge from more advanced spacefaring nations. The group underscores the importance of appropriate funding as well as mobilization of extra budgetary resources to enable the office to provide valuable support for developing countries, including through UNOSA's capacity building programs. The group welcomes the consensus on the scope, duration, and the title of the agenda item related to dark and quiet skies and large constellations, with a view to recommending the item to this session of the committee for inclusion on the agenda of the subcommittee. The group looks forward to further positive engagement on the agenda item. Finally, Mr. Chair, the group reiterates its support to Director Holamaini in her efforts to lead the office in an inclusive, transparent, effective, and professional manner, while paying special attention to the needs of developing countries in support of the implementation of the principle of equitable geographical representation. The group requests UNOSA to recruit more staff from developing countries. We look forward to working closely with the Director in promoting the peaceful uses of outer space for sustainable development, including in meeting the Space 2030 Agenda, advancing international cooperation, and strengthening the capacity of developing countries, and promoting inclusivity and gender equality or balance as applicable in the space sector. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia for her statement. And before moving to the next speaker, I just want to remind you of the time limit for the statements to be strictly 5 minutes because we need to conclude on time. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative ambassador of Burkina Faso, who will deliver the statement on behalf of the African group. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am delivering this statement on behalf of Ambassador Abaka Johnson Philippe, Chair of the group. On behalf of the African Group, please allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. Sherif Mohamed Sekdiki of Egypt, on your election as the chair of the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Usage of Outer Space. The group would like to assure you of its full support and cooperation and wishes to thank your predecessor, Mr. Omram Sharaf of the United Arab Emirates, for his outstanding leadership and dedication to a successful conclusion of the previous session. We would like to also thank Mrs. Arat Ola Mani, Director of the Office of the Outer Space, for her opening remarks, and the Secretariat for the excellent preparations made for this session. The group aligned itself with the statement delivered by Her Excellency Laura Gil, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Colombia, on behalf of a group of 77 plus China. Mr. Chair, the African Group attaches great importance to the work of this committee in enhancing international cooperation in the peaceful usage of outer space and its benefits to all nations, and encourages other members of the African Group to consider joining the committee either as members or observers to contribute to the diverse and dynamic composition of the committee. The African Group stresses that international cooperation in space exploration and the usage of space technology applications remains a priority for the African continent, and the group's participation is guided by the established principle of outer space activities, namely the principle of exploration and use of outer space on the basis of equality, the principle of non-appropriation of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, and the peaceful usage of outer space for the benefits of all. Consequently, it is imperative to promote equal, non-discriminatory access to outer space, irrespective of level of socio-economic and scientific development, and should be cognizant of developing countries' needs. The group acknowledges the critical role of the Committee of Peaceful Usage of Outer Space and its two subcommittees play in promoting international cooperation in the exploration and peaceful usage of outer space and in the utilization of space science and technology for sustainable economic and social development. The group is cognizant that the benefits derived from outer space activities is linked to achieving the development goal of Agenda 2030 and aspiration contained in Africa's blueprint for socio-economic development agenda. Mr. Chair, as a continent still unlocking its true potential, the African Group reiterates that the benefits of outer space are cross-cutting in terms of disaster management, agriculture, health, education, and sustainable development, and attaches great importance to the Space 2030 agenda and adopted in Resolution 76/3 with the firm conviction that it outlined an inclusive and long-term strategy aimed at utilizing the space tools to achieve the global initiatives of the UN, namely the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction, and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change addressing long-term sustainable development concerns of humankind. Accordingly, the group calls for the mobilization and appropriate and sufficient resource to enable the office to render necessary upon request and through UNOSA's capacity building program to developing countries. In the context, the group welcomes the active participation of its members in the various UNOSA programs as reflected in the activities carried out by UN SPIDER Regional Support Office in Algeria, Nigeria, and Kenya, as well as increasing the number of African countries in the International Committee on Global Navigation Satellite System, ICG, following Algeria's accession to the committee in 2023. Recognizing the critical role of space in addressing developmental challenges, the African Union developed a science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa, STSA 2024, with a focus toward developing a coordinated African space process as part of the scientific leg of the African Agenda 2023. The group is confident and remain hopeful that the African Union space program and strategy will generate new impetus across Africa and significantly increase the participation of all African states in space activities. The African continent is committed to expanding its work in the field of space affairs through initiatives such as the African Space Week, which provides an innovative platform for African space industry stakeholders to strengthen efforts to promote and enable intra-Africa and international cooperation on space-related activities. The group expresses appreciation for the work of the African Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education located in Morocco and Nigeria and calls upon UN COPUOS to continue supporting the regional centers as well as other regional initiatives to promote greater African excellence and promote improved participation of women and youth, especially in STEM. The African group calls upon UN COPUOS member states, particularly developed countries, to extend benefits derived from outer space activities and provide capacity building and technical assistance to assist developing countries in strengthening capacity in the space sector and effective implementation of country space program. In this regard, it is also important to highlight the collective effort of the African continent to advance its space aspirations through the African Space Strategy and the African Union Space Agency, FSESA, in Cairo, Egypt. The African Space Agency aims to implement and achieve common development goals for the African continent in the realm of outer space. The group reiterates its call for closer coordination and enhanced cooperation with the African Union through the Office of the Commissioner in charge of Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Mohamed Beloshin from Algeria, to further the global space agenda which benefits all mankind. The Africa Group underscores the concern on the use of nuclear power sources in outer space for the group due to potential risk of collisions and accidental re-entry in the Earth atmosphere of space objects using nuclear power sources. The African group called upon space actors to evolve all necessary information and safety measures for space objects using nuclear sources. Chair, the group welcomes the progress made in the working group on the general exchange of view on potential legal models for activities in exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources, and reiterate its call for greater coordination at the international level to ensure the continued peaceful and sustainable use of outer space, the moon, and other objects, to ensure that such activities were carried out in accordance with international law and for the benefits of all. The group also welcomes the progress made in the working group long-term sustainability of outer space activities in carrying out the work plan for the period 2022-2026 and working toward the implementation of the guidelines aimed to promote safety, sustainability, and security of activity in outer space. Chair, the group expresses appreciation for the inclusion of dark and quiet skies, astronomy, and large constellation, addressing emerging issues and challenges as a standalone item on the STSC agenda to address the challenges posed by increasing...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are getting really beyond time.
So, thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate. We will post the remaining statement online. Thank you.
I'm sorry for that, but actually we are running on a very, very tight timeline, and you have lots of speakers in the lineup. So I'm very sorry that I ask all the delegates to limit the statements to the 5 minutes. So thank you for the distinguished representative of Burkina Faso. And now I'm inviting the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the European Union. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Albania, Ukraine, and Norway. At the outset, I congratulate you on your election and assure you of our full cooperation. I would like to thank you and the subcommittee and working group chairs for your leadership and UNOSA for its preparatory work. The EU will continue to strongly support and closely cooperate with UNOSA Director Holla Maini and her team. Chair, COPUOS and its subcommittees remain unique platforms for international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space, as well as for the development of international space law, international norms, guidelines, and best practices. The committee also has a fundamental role to play to enhance transparency and build confidence. We must all make sure that COPUOS remains able to deliver. The upcoming UN Summit for the Future in New York in September provides a key opportunity to strengthen the role of UNOSA and COPUOS. The EU and its member states welcome that outer space issues remain relevant to COPUOS work, feature prominently in the draft Pact for the Future. We recognize the need for the international community to come together and discuss ways and means to reinforce space governance. We now have an opportunity to define clear common objectives for our work on issues such as space traffic management, space debris, and space resources. Much is now at stake for the committee and for UNOSA, and we all need to make an additional effort in the best Vienna spirit. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty and other UN treaties on outer space, accompanied by the guiding principles developed in the UN framework, constitute the cornerstone of the global governance in outer space. The EU and its member states promote responsible behaviors in outer space and recall the obligations under the Outer Space Treaty, in particular those comprised in Article 4, that obligates state parties not to place in orbit around the Earth any objects carrying nuclear weapons or any other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, to install such weapons on celestial bodies, or station such weapons in outer space in any other manner. We call upon all states which have not yet done so to join the existing UN treaties on outer space and faithfully implement them. The exploration and use of outer space is the province of all humankind, and outer space is a global common, must remain free for exploration and use by all states without any discrimination, on a basis of equality and in accordance with international law. We continue to actively promote the preservation of a safe, secure, and sustainable space environment and the peaceful use of outer space, as well as access to outer space for future generations. Chair, the EU and its member states remain committed to promoting the implementation of the SDGs and the Space 2030 agenda. The European Union space program components, like Galileo and Copernicus, support the achievement of these goals by providing reliable monitoring data and information to international users on a full, free, and open basis. These programs help tackle challenges related to transport systems, renewable energy, food security, water management, climate change, and environmental impact, including health-related ones. They also offer vital services for disaster management, civil security, and rescue operations. In this context, the EU is providing significant support through its Global Gateway strategy. For example, 2 regional Copernicus centers are being established in Panama and in Chile, as well as a national Copernicus data center in the Philippines. Space traffic management and the mitigation of space debris remain among the key issues for COPUOS. We value the ongoing discussions in the Working Group on Long-Term Sustainability on the implementation of guidelines, capacity building, and new challenges. We encourage all spacefaring nations to step up implementation of the 21 LTS guidelines, as well as the space debris mitigation guidelines, in order to ensure long-term orbital sustainability. The EU's approach aims to contribute to space traffic management as a global endeavor, pairing existing regional capabilities and tools with an overall ambition for global cooperation and coordination with international partners to share information and experience. On the operational side, since 2016, EU space surveillance and tracking has been providing inter alia collision avoidance services to protect satellites, and it's open to non-European users. Chair, the EU and its member states also welcome the recent discussions within the working group on legal aspects of space resource activities. We thank Luxembourg and Belgium for having co-organized in March with UNOSA an expert meeting to collect input for the international conference. Furthermore, the EU welcomes the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space, prepared by the Portuguese Space Agency in the context of the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference that was co-organized with UNOSA in May, in support of the space track of the Summit of the Future. The EU and its member states also commend Romania for its proposal to establish an action team to study a potential consultative mechanism for lunar activities during this COPUOS session. Mr. Chair, the EU and its member states strongly support the rules-based international order with the United Nations at its core and the work of the United Nations and the multilateral approach to international affairs. Fundamental violations of the UN Charter undermine the entire UN system, including our efforts within COPUOS. In this context, the EU continues to condemn Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and express condemnation of the DPRK's repeated launches using ballistic missile technology, including its attempted satellite launch on 27th of May 2024. This constitutes a clear and flagrant violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. Considering everything, we want to emphasize that all EU initiatives are developed in the spirit of international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space. We remain committed to collaborating with all stakeholders to advance outer space issues relevant to COPUOS. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate. I could see that Russia now is raising their flag. Can you please clarify whether this is a point of order or right of reply?
Chair, this is right.
Yes. We will take the right of reply at the end of this meeting. Now, I'm going to move to the next speaker on my list. It's the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Korea, I extend our warm congratulations to you on your election as Chair. We believe that your ample experience as the head of the Egyptian Space Agency will lead this committee to make significant strides, and we assure you of the Republic of Korea's unwavering support. We also extend our gratitude to the Director of the UNOSA, Ms. R.T. Holamaini, and the Secretariat for their tireless efforts in preparing for this session. Chair, the Republic of Korea strongly condemns the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's latest launch of so-called military reconnaissance satellite on May 27th. This act is in flagrant violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions that prohibit all launches using ballistic missile technology. It is truly deplorable that the DPRK has chosen the course of provocations defying united and consistent demand of the international community. As the DPRK has done several times in the past, it is possible that they may attempt to manipulate UN bodies, including this committee and UNUSA, to shield and legitimize its unlawful and prohibited launching activities. Since the DPRK has vowed to launch more satellites this year, we must remain vigilant and avoid playing into the hands of the DPRK. The Republic of Korea strongly urges the DPRK to halt all provocative actions that undermine the international legal regime governing outer space and hinder the peaceful uses of outer space. Chair, while taking these concerns seriously, our collective efforts to preserve outer space for peaceful purposes should continue. We are living in a new space era where space activities are indispensable in every aspect of our lives. Moreover, space domain is evolving rapidly as private companies are leading innovation in space with more economic feasibility. To meet the challenges and opportunities of this new space era, we are proud to announce that the Korea Aerospace Administration, KASA, with its affiliated institutions, the Korea Aerospace Research Institute, KARI, and the Korea Astronomy and Space Science Institute, KASI, was officially established on May 27th. The establishment of this dedicated aerospace agency is not just about creating a new government organization, but represents our government's bold endeavor to seek future growth opportunities in space. With the opening of KASA, we aim to join the international efforts led by the space industry, demonstrating our commitment to innovation and international cooperation in this new era of space exploration. In this regard, KASA has established specific strategies focusing on 4 major technology areas: space transportation, satellite, space exploration, and future aviation, along with 3 foundational areas: industry, innovation, and international cooperation. KASA will spearhead the initiative to enhance the capability of our space launch vehicle, KSLV-2, called NURI, and develop next-generation space launch vehicle, KSLV-3. KASA will also lead a variety of other important space-related projects. These projects would encompass developing a compact, reusable launch vehicle system, establishing a maritime launch platform, designing ultra-high resolution satellites, and venturing into deep space exploration such as Mars, asteroids, and Lagrange points. Chair, in closing, the Republic of Korea stands committed to active engagement in this meeting, aiming to make meaningful contributions to the deliberations concerning the peaceful uses of outer space. We look forward to constructive discussions and a fruitful outcome. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping the time strictly. Thank you very much. Now we move for the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Egypt. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Allow me to commence by expressing my sincerest congratulations to you for assuming the chairmanship of the 67th session of COPUOS. We're so proud to see you at the helm of our meetings here. I take this opportunity also to affirm my country's full support and appreciation for Ms. Harti Hola Miani for her work as the director of the Office of Outer Space Affairs. And also our thanks go to the Secretariat for the preparation made for this session. Egypt aligns itself with the statements of the Group of 77 and China, as well as the African Group, and adds the following in its national capacity. Mr. President, Egypt attaches great importance to developing a clear strategy to benefit from space sciences in support of various fields of development. Allow me to briefly outline Egypt's recent efforts in this field, led by the Egyptian Space Agency since its establishment in 2018. First, the launch of a series of satellites over the decade, the most recent of which is SAT-2 on December 4th, 2023, and next SAT-1 on February 3, 2024. Preparations are underway for launching additional satellites in the coming years. Second, the conclusion of cooperation protocols on several space agencies as well as universities and research entities in Egypt in order to prepare future generations capable of actively participating in the development of space technology and maximizing the benefit of space data. Third, enhancing regional cooperation in the field of outer space, particularly within the African continent. Egypt played an important role in formulating the first African space strategy and the establishment of the African Space Agency in Cairo as part of a broader African efforts to realize the goals of African Union Agenda 2063. In this context, Egypt currently is working to strengthen ties of cooperation with African countries in space technology and its applications through the Egyptian Space Agency, which hosts training programs for our brothers in Africa and sisters in various fields, including small satellite technology. Egypt also looks forward to working with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs to further strengthen African capabilities in space technology and its applications. Additionally, Egypt works to strengthen cooperation with the Arab countries in the development of space technology, chairing the Arab Group for Space Cooperation since November 23. Mr. Chair, I'd like also to express Egypt's full appreciation and support for the esteemed committee and its continued work in achieving its objectives, and we take note of the report of the 61st session of the Scientific Technical Subcommittee and the procedural report of the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, and would like to reiterate the following points. Egypt believes that any endeavor to explore and utilize outer space must adhere to the principles and objectives of international law, United Nations treaties, including the Outer Space Treaty. All outer space activities have to be coordinated under the auspices of the United Nations in order to be inclusive, universal, and consensual. Second, Egypt emphasizes that the main principles of relevant United Nations treaties and the peaceful use of outer space should drive the discussions on the long-term sustainability of outer space, as well as the utilization of space resources. The established principle of non-appropriation of outer space must be honored and maintained. There is a need to define and agree on possible emerging applications and efforts in utilizing the space resources, including the role of stakeholders in this regard. Third, the sustainable use of outer space should place a special emphasis on capacity building activities to bridge the huge divide between developing and developed countries. In the domain addressed, the growing need to secure sufficient resources to this end. Egypt also reaffirms the stance of importance restricting the use of outer space for peaceful uses. The security and sustainability of outer space is strongly contingent on the prevention of arms race in outer space. Egypt notes the increased role of non-governmental organizations in space activities and reiterate the relevance of Article 6 of Outer Space Treaty in this regard. In conclusion, Egypt looks forward to this session discussions to contribute to enhancing dialogue and international cooperation and improve the peaceful use of outer space in line with the principle of the United Nations Charter and international law. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Egypt, for the statement. And the next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Austria. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, Chair, let me congratulate you and all the other members of the Bureau on your election, and thank you for chairing this session of the committee. Let me assure you of our full support to bring this session to a successful conclusion. Further, I would like to thank UNOSA Director Arti Holamaini and her team for preparing this session and for all cooperation. Austria fully aligns herself with the statement of the European Union, including the condemnation of Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. Chair, this session takes place in the run-up to the preparation of the Summit of the Future in September of this year in New York. According to our common agenda, one of the high-level tracks is dedicated to outer space dialogue. A multi-stakeholder dialogue on outer space in preparation of the Summit of the Future has been proposed. It should pave the way to global solutions to coordinate space traffic and agree on principles for the future governance of outer space activities. We therefore support strong references to outer space in the Pact for the Future, amongst others, to reaffirm the unique role of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS, and its subcommittees supported by the Office of Outer Space Affairs as unique platforms for international cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes. We encourage other member states also to do so. On the same issue, we thank Portugal for organizing the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference, dedicated to the preparation of the Summit of the Future and beyond, which took place in May in Lisbon. Austria participated in the conference as well as in the drafting team of the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space, which we thoroughly support. Furthermore, the UN-Austria World Space Summit in December, World Space Forum in December 2023, under the title Space for Our Common Future, has also been dedicated to raising interest and awareness amongst member states for this opportunity to further outer space governance. One of its topics was how to meaningfully engage youth in the policy and decision-making process, as well as realizing the potential that considerations of future generations withhold. This effort has been manifested in the joint side events, Space Youth Future Generations, coordinated by the Government of Austria, Space Generation Advisory Council, and the Office for Outer Space Affairs during the 61st session of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee. This year, the World Space Forum, titled Sustainable Space for Sustainability on Earth, will take place from 3 to 5 December 2024 in Bonn, Germany. In this regard, we wish our German colleagues all the best for this important event. Chair, Austria supports the strategy of UNOSA centered around the 5 pillars: space sustainability, space for SDGs, space for climate, space for developing countries, and how to engage the broader space ecosystem on relevant issues and topics. We are looking forward to its work plan with actions and results which will help member states to support UNOSA with its implementation to reap its impacts all over the world. We will inform in detail about our existing cooperation of UNOSA in further statements and assure of our ongoing and full support for its strategy. Moreover, Austria supports the Romanian proposal to establish an action team to study a potential consultative mechanism for lunar activities within the framework of the committee, and thanks Romania for the informal discussions on this issue, while respecting the mandate of the working group on legal aspects of space resource activities. We think it is high time to start these more detailed discussions. We also strongly support the German proposal to establish, through the Legal Subcommittee, a study group to research perspectives of space traffic management, and we are looking forward to further discussions on this issue. Chair, colleagues, Austria finally wishes to express its dissatisfaction with the ultimately unsuccessful negotiations for a substantive report of this year's session of the Legal Subcommittee. In particular, as host state of COPUOS, we urge all delegations to remember the cooperative Vienna spirit in the current and future sessions of COPUOS and its subcommittees. We furthermore would like the committee to consider a change or at least a formalization of its rules of procedure so as to increase clarity and acceptance of the rules the committee gave itself. For we know the importance of the working groups of the subcommittees and their valuable work. We explicitly wish to thank them and UNOSA, which contribute so much to the realization of the important mandate of this committee. Let us work together to deliver on space sustainability, engage current and future generations, and revitalize the important work here at COPUOS. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria, and now we move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Sweden. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sweden fully aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. Please allow me to add the following in national capacity. Chair, first of all, congratulations on your election. Let me also express our gratitude to the Director of the Office and to the Secretariat for their hard work, also in preparing this session. Sweden fully recognizes the important role of COPUOS for the peaceful, safe, and sustainable use of outer space, including the development of space law. We would like to thank the UN, Germany, and Namibia for their hard work in the preparations for the Summit of the Future. We also want to thank Portugal for their efforts to collect input of the space community to the Pact for the Future. Sweden fully supports the continued work of the Working Group on the long-term sustainability of outer space, and we want to emphasize the important task that rests on Member States to continue the implementation of the adopted guidelines. The fair and sustainable use of space is an overarching priority, recognizing space as global commons, free for exploration and use by all states without discrimination, and on basis of equality and in accordance with international law, emphasizing the right to a free, fair, and peaceful use of space to the benefit of all peoples. Mr. Chair, in January this year, the Swedish astronaut Marcus Wandt successfully participated in the Axiom Mission 3, together with astronauts from Italy, Turkey, and the United States. Sweden is committed to explore space-based science and continue our support to international collaboration in space and to the ISS. Sweden welcomes the discussions in the Working Group on space resources and the proposed plan ahead. We look forward to seeing proposals and continued discussions on the topic. As regards the topic of dark and white skies and the problem of light pollution for science and society, Sweden welcomes the initiatives in the committee so far. We see the need for continued deliberations on this topic. We also see the need for international cooperation to meet the challenge of space debris, one of the threats to our space infrastructure. For this and many other reasons, states should refrain from any irresponsible behavior which increases the risk of cascading collisions between space objects, in turn rendering critical orbits unusable for generations to come. On the 16th of April, Sweden signed the Artemis Accords and joined the 8 original signatory states from 2020. The Artemis Accords provides a set of legally non-binding principles for cooperation in the peaceful exploration of space in accordance with the UN Outer Space Treaties, in particular the Outer Space Treaty and the UN Guidelines for the Long-Term Sustainability of Outer Space Activities. We will actively engage in the collaboration between Artemis signatories to promote and strengthen the application of existing international law. Mr. Chair, a rules-based international order in space is essential. Sweden will continue to contribute to the work of UN processes to enhance space sustainability, safety, and security. We consider it useful to draw inspiration from other legal regimes and instruments when discussing the development of space law, such as, for instance, the law of the sea regime. Sweden expresses its unwavering support of UNOSA and the Space for Women. We also wish to express our gratitude to the Canadian delegation for co-organizing the event, developing the Gender Mainstreaming Toolkit. Each day, women from all over the globe are making invaluable contributions to the space community. Yet, from a gender perspective, the space sector remains imbalanced and professional opportunities are not available to men and women on equal terms. With the support of UNOSA, member states are working to change this, and we see the development of the toolkit as most timely and a valuable contribution to our common efforts. Sweden continues to, in the strongest possible terms, condemn the illegal, unjustified, and unprovoked Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. While parts of this brutal war remind us of tactics from the First and Second World War, it has also shown the critical role of space assets in modern and future warfare. The Security Council draft resolution on preventing nuclear weapons in outer space, presented by Japan and the United States, could have been a milestone, reaffirming states' commitments under the Outer Space Treaty's Article 4 not to place weapons of mass destruction in orbit. Sweden, wishing to promote the peaceful use of outer space and to prevent an arms race in outer space, co-sponsored this resolution. We deeply regret that the draft could not be adopted, seeing that it was a call to reaffirm existing commitments under the treaty. Sweden will continue to support trust and confidence-building activities in all space-related UN fora. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the distinguished representative of Sweden. And now I'm moving to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of China. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, please allow me to congratulate you on your election as chair of the 67th session of the COPUOS. The Chinese delegation will actively support your effort and work jointly for the success of this session. We would also like to thank Ms. Ati Hulamani, Director of the UNOSA and the Secretariat for the preparation for this session. China aligns itself with the statement of the G77 and China made by Colombia. COPUOS was established 65 years ago through GA Resolution 1472, along with the beginning. Over the past 65 years, COPUOS, as the international multilateral platform with the widest participation for peaceful uses of outer space, has been able to keep abreast of the times, faithfully discharge its duties, play an important role in promoting global peaceful uses of outer space, shaping and developing space legal regime, and promoting space international cooperation. 65 years later, the development of space science and technology and applications is enhancing human welfare and at the same time presenting new issues and challenges to global governance of outer space. New types of outer space activities are emerging, multiple actors are involved, and space technology gap affects the level of national participation. A few countries are attempting to organize exclusive small circles to serve their own selfish interests. China unequivocally advocates that the international community should adhere to genuine multilateralism, maintain the international order in outer space underpinned by Outer Space Treaty, support the role of COPUOS as the main platform, promote the strengthening of international cooperation on the basis of mutual respect, openness, and inclusiveness, focusing on the common interests of all parties. In particular, we should ensure the right of developing countries to the peaceful use of space science and technology and promote the development of space technology to serve the SDGs. Chair, China actively participated the 61st session of the SNT subcommittee and the 63rd LSC session, and is pleased to see that the two subcommittees and their working groups have effectively advanced their work in accordance with the space laws and their respective mandates. Noting that the legal subcommittee was unable to adopt a report at the latest session, we call on all states to stick to the peaceful uses of outer space and continue with the Vienna spirit and make COPUOS a more equitable, mutually beneficial and inclusive platform for cooperation. China, like many member states and some international organizations, is paying close attention to the challenges posed by low-orbit mega constellations and support COPUOS in carrying out more focused discussions, including inter alia, strengthening and improving the registration of constellations to ensure the compliance with the sustainable use of orbits and frequencies and the accessibility of outer space. Chair, over the past year, China's space industry has made a series of new advances. Adherent to the concept of a community with a shared future for mankind, China has actively implemented the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative put forward by President Xi Jinping. We have actively advocated peaceful uses of outer space, shared the fruits of development with all countries, and vigorously carried out international cooperation in outer space. The Chinese space station has entered the space of routine cooperation, and China has continued to cooperate with USA and relevant countries and international organizations in such areas as space science experiments, astronaut selection and training, and payload placement. The Beidou Global Satellite Navigation System has continued to operate stably, and its performance has been further enhanced, enabling it to provide all-weather, all-time, high-precision positioning, navigation, and timing services to users around the world. Launched in May this year, the Chang'e 6 lunar probe successfully completed the world's first sample taking and takeoff from the far side of the moon. Chang'e 6 also carried international payloads from Pakistan, France, Italy, and Asia for scientific explorations. On the International Lunar Research Station project, cooperation documents have been signed with a dozen countries and more than 20 foreign scientific research institutions. We welcome the joint participation of interested countries, international organizations, and partners. In April this year, the first China, Latin America, and Caribbean countries Space Cooperation Forum was successfully held in Wuhan, China. With the participation of the forum issued Wuhan Declaration, Space Cooperation to Build a Shared Future, and for China and Latin America, and issued joint initiatives in 7 areas, including sharing of space science, technology, and applications, space education and training. We were honored also with the presence of Ms. Ati Olamani, Director of UN-USA, who paid her first visit to China and participated in relevant activities. Chair, in recent years, threats and challenges to security in outer space are increasing. Preventing space weaponization and arms race is an important prerequisite to ensure the peaceful, stable, and sustainable use of outer space. At the same time, a balance should be struck between security and peaceful uses of outer space. Individual countries should not be allowed to exaggerate and misuse the term security threats to influence or interfere with the rights of developing countries and new spacefaring countries to peaceful uses of outer space. The Chinese delegation looks forward to working actively and constructively with all parties during this session on various important agenda items of the conference, so as to make greater contributions to peaceful uses of outer space and its governance, and the joint efforts to promote the building of a community of a shared future for mankind in the field of outer space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for the distinguished representative of China. Now I'm moving to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Hungary. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, Mrs. Director Dirati, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be here at the 67th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. I'd like to congratulate Portugal and UNOSA for organizing the UN Portugal Management and Sustainability of Outer Space conferences in Lisbon this May, which address critical issues from the Secretary General's Policy Brief 7 for All Humanity, the future of outer space governance supporting our common agenda. Hungary participated in this event and supported the adoption of the Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space. Hungary firmly believes that the management and sustainability of space-related activities, including space traffic management, space debris, space resources, require urgent action by the international community. In light of the rapid evolution of technology and related space economy, it's imperative to increase the dialogue with member states. Space is accessible for practically almost all states and to a growing number of non-state actors. Our common freedom, security, economies and daily running of our societies depends on safe, secure and autonomous access to space. Our dependency on space systems and services is increasing, making us more vulnerable to irresponsible and threatening behavior. In this new space age, transparent space activities are of strategic importance. Hungary considers particularly important today to promote and intensify multilateral efforts for the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space, which cannot be postponed due to the growing number of commercial activities in space and growing threats in space posed by space debris. Hungary reaffirms that the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its subcommittees play a primary role in discussing current and emerging challenges and for reaching consensus leading to the development of internationally agreed legal regimes. In particular, on space debris, the coordination of space traffic and space resources, including governance. Hungary strongly advocates for responsible behavior in outer space. Strengthening the safety, security, sustainability and peaceful nature of outer space activities is a key priority and is in the common interest of present and future generations. We call for a comprehensive approach to addressing challenges, risks and threats to the peaceful use of outer space in compliance with international law as reflected in our national space strategy. The peaceful use of outer space should be at the center of all space activities. Geopolitical tensions of Earth are expanding into the field of outer space and regrettably, the peaceful use of outer space is encountering challenges. It's vital to keep outer space an arena for global cooperation, not an arms race. We must preserve our planet and outer space for the future generations. Therefore, it's more important than ever to strengthen the involvement of the younger generation in national and international space activities and in promoting the results of space activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the distinguished representative of Hungary, and I thank you also for keeping the time. Now we move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of Luxembourg. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Chair and Deputy Chair, we would like to warmly congratulate you on your elections to Chair COPUOS, and I would like to pledge our full support for your efforts to bring our meeting to a constructive end. Chair, delegates, observers, Luxembourg fully associates itself to the statement made by the European Union, and I would like to add some comments in our national capacity. Luxembourg continues to be an innovative actor in the space area, ready to face the challenges of the future. Our space strategy is based on the notion of sustainability, economic sustainability, sustainability of Earth activities, sustainability of space activities, and the sustainable use of space resources. We also think that the private sector, in complement or in cooperation with states, have an important role to play in the exploration, in the sustainable exploration and commercialization of space. With regards to the exploration and use of space resources, I would like to thank everyone who participated in our annual Space Resources Week, as well as the 170 participants at the meeting of experts organized by the Office of Space Affairs in Luxembourg on the 26th of March. We are proud to have been among the signatories of the Artemis Accords. with international partners, we can fully make the most of our shared potential. Luxembourg has signed 2 MOUs on space activities with Japan. Chair, the only way to have a safe, secure and sustainable space environment is for all countries present in space to act reliably and transparently. Rules, standards and responsible principles are a priority. We will continue to actively promote keeping safe, secure and sustainable space environment, as well as the peaceful use of outer space and access to outer space for future generations. However, preserving outer space as a shared legacy for future generations does not involve those of us who already have access to space. We have to make sure that all states, including developing states, benefit from access to space applications and technologies, thanks to the targeted capacity building and thanks to knowledge sharing. We call upon all states who have not yet done so to sign the UN space treaties and to fully implement them. The upcoming UN Summit for the Future is a unique opportunity to strengthen the role of UN-US and COPUOS. We are pleased to see that issues on covering outer space and relevant for COPUOS are included in the project of the Pact for the future, the draft of the Pact for the Future. Chair, delegates, observers, COPUOS is for us the main forum to discuss initiatives and for our activity in space and in celestial bodies. My delegation is therefore ready to play a constructive role in this UN body, and we hope to see constructive exchanges in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Distinguished Representative of Luxembourg, and thank you also for keeping the time. Now we move to the next speaker on my list, the Distinguished Representative of Thailand. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellency, distinguished delegates. I wish to express my sincere congratulations to you on your election as the chair of the 67th session of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. You can rest assured of Thai delegation full support and cooperation. I wish to thank the Secretariat for their tireless efforts. My delegation associates itself with the statement delivered by the Ambassador of Cambodia on behalf of the Group of 77 and China, and wishes to add the following remark in our national capacity. 2023 marked a significant year for Thailand in international space affairs. Thailand plays a leading role as the chair of ASEAN Subcommittee on Space Technology and Application, or SCOSA, and the Committee on Earth Observation Satellite, or COPUOS, fostering regional cooperation in space technology and application, as well as leveraging Earth Observation Program. Thailand Geoinformatics and Space Technology Development Agency, or GISDA, is honored to partner with UNESCAP on the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development. Our projects on geospatial information application for agricultural monitoring and Pan-Asia-Pacific for geospatial air pollution information, or PAPCAPI, successfully aligned with disaster risk reduction and social development goals. We plan to further integrate this effort with UNESCAP Space Plus for our Earth and future. In terms of capacity building, Thailand remains a steadfast supporter of COPUOS and UN-USA initiative. We joined the panel at the UN-USA event series on awareness raising and capacity building related to the implementation of the guideline for LTS Event 2 on safety of space operations, in addition to the LTS workshop during the past STSC. We are glad to reflect the perspective from an emergency space country on applying guidelines for space activity in the country. In April 2024, Thai researchers from various agencies participated in the United Nations Philippines workshop on the application of global navigation satellite system in Manila. We appreciate the support of FUSA to foster the capacity building on GNSS technology for disaster emergency response. Furthermore, Thailand is planning to arrange space law technical advisory mission in the beginning of 2025 with the support of the government of Japan and UN-USA. We look forward to contributing more to UN-USA activity and initiatives. Bilateral collaboration in space affairs is also our priority. Thailand has continually collaborated with the Center for Remote Imaging Sensing and Processing of Singapore on ground station operation and Earth observation data center. Thailand, GISDA, and the Office for Space Technology and Industry of Singapore also launched promotion of facility for satellite assembly integration and testing operated by ASEAN member states. Enjoy hand-on building space ecosystem between two countries. We believe that strong infrastructure and skilled personnel could empower space advancement in the region. This year, Thailand will become a beacon of space activities. We invite you to join the 3 major space events in Thailand, including the 7th Asia-Oceania Space Weather Alliance or AUSWA workshop are scheduled in this October. Asia-Pacific Satellite Communication Council or APSCC 2024 conference will be held in November. The conference and exhibition on satellite and space industry target professional and commercial sector to explore creative partnership. And Thailand Space Week 2024, the annual space event highlighting advancement in space technology and application, will be held in November as well, where stakeholders from global space community can convene and forge new partnerships. Additionally, annual meeting of Pandora Asia Network is scheduled to be held side by side with Thailand Space Week. Last but not least, Thailand TO2 Earth observation satellite launched last year is now operational, and we are committed to share its data for the benefit of all. Mr. Chair, collaboration is the important key that should be embedded in all space activities. We own, we utilize, we share space and orbit together. Thailand has placed importance on strengthening and create cooperation with other member states, agencies, and international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the distinguished representative of Thailand. And now I'm moving to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. And I would like also to confirm your right for reply that will be scheduled at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. First, beginning with my national statement, before that, I'd like to inform you that in carrying out the right of reply, my delegation might need a significant amount of time, maybe even 10 minutes. So do you think you could consider that such that we can successfully conclude our work before lunchtime with interpretation? Chairman. First, allow me to congratulate you on your election and wish you every success. The delegation of the Russian Federation intends to provide you its utmost support. We'd like to inform the committee that just a few days ago, the history of the exploration of outer space saw a new achievement. The Russian cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko established a record for time spent in orbit, essentially 1,000 days. We congratulate the entire international space community on this achievement. We would also like to congratulate our Belarusian friends with your achievement in exploring outer space. For the first time in Belarusian history, there was a female cosmonaut, Maria Vasilyevska, who concluded the spring flight as part of the team of the International Space Station. We would also like to congratulate our colleagues from China. The Chinese probe Chang'e 6 successfully collected soil from the other side of the moon. We welcome all of these achievements. Chairman, the Russian Federation carries out outer space activities in full compliance with international space law. The core of this is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. We have constantly called for outer space being retained for peaceful purposes and indiscriminate access to outer space for all states, independently of their level of development. The committee remains a one-of-a-kind framework to consider all matters having to do with the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes, but also for designing agreed-upon measures to resolve issues having to do with these activities. We are categorically against moving COPUOS matters to other platforms. These would include those under the UN. This will undermine the role of COPUOS. It's important to emphasize the intergovernmental nature of the work of the committee, which takes decisions on the basis of consensus, and to ensure there is no politicization of its work, nor a breaking of rules of procedure, and that joint efforts be taken so as to optimally increase the effectiveness of the committee's actions. Chairman, the Russian Federation attaches great importance to ensuring the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. These include the mitigation of space debris. We share the concern of the international community when it comes to increasing risks of collision of space objects. These include due to the swift development of mega-satellites, constellations on low orbits. Our country for many years has been proposing that all space actors' efforts be pooled so as to create an information platform in the UN in line with the needs for the gathering and presenting of information of general use, having to do with the monitoring of outer space so as to ensure the safety of space operations. The Russian Federation is worried about the diversion from certain foreign partners from the provisions of the Space Treaty of 1967, which says that outer space activities are carried out so as to support international peace and security. We point the committee's attention to the fact that a number of states are already actively carrying out the provision of doctrinal documents stating that outer space is an operational milieu, that is an area for armed confrontation. Furthermore, what we see is a ratcheting up of a dangerous trend. That is when civilian space infrastructure, first and foremost satellites and remote Earth sensing, are used for carrying out political aims, geopolitical aims. These include interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states and providing military support to the armed forces of third countries. This type of trend is a most serious risk for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. It calls into question the implementation of the SDGs. There is also a harmful impact, which is particularly bad for developing countries. The use of satellites for non-declared purposes is the topic of the Russian-initiated GA resolution, Space Science and Technology for Peace. There are a growing number of states in support of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation. And I'm moving now to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished delegate of Australia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, on behalf of my delegation, I extend Australia's congratulations to those elected to the Bureau of the Committee. We warmly welcome Mr. Sharif Mohammed Sedki of Egypt and Mr. Rafiq Akram of Morocco as chairs of the Committee for 2024 and 25, respectively. You have Australia's full support. We extend Australia's sincere thanks to the previous chair, Mr. Omran Sharaf of the United Arab Emirates, for his leadership of the committee over the past 2 years. Australia also thanks Ms. Ada Holomaini, Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, and the Secretariat for their support of the committee. Chair, let me begin by reaffirming Australia's support for the work of the committee and its subcommittees. Australia is proud to be a founding member of the committee and remains committed to the rules and norms that underpin its work. As a state party to the 5 United Nations space treaties, we reiterate that the Outer Space Treaty is the cornerstone of the international legal framework governing the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. That is why Australia joined 65 states in supporting the United Nations Security Council resolution put forward by the United States and Japan in April this year, urging compliance with the Outer Space Treaty and the UN Charter, including obligations regarding nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. The veto of the resolution by one permanent member of the Security Council is a further demonstration of its disregard for international law, peace and security. Chair, Australia strongly supports Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we call on Russia to cease any use of technology in outer space to facilitate its ongoing violations of international law in pursuit of its senseless war. Chair, in promoting a responsible space sector, Australia is committed to advancing gender equality, diversity and inclusion, including to increase women's representation in space and STEM fields. We are pleased to share that Catherine Bennell-Pegg has become the first person to complete training as an astronaut under the Australian flag. Australia thanks Canada and the Office for Outer Space Affairs for hosting the 2023 Space for Women expert meeting. We commend the publication of the Gender Mainstreaming Toolkit for the space sector. Australia also thanks the Office for Outer Space Affairs and the Republic of Korea for launching the Space for Women landmark study of gender equality in the space sector earlier this year. These initiatives will collectively maximise the impact of our space-related activities, as well as support the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Chair, Australia is pleased to join Landsat Next, pioneering satellite program led by the United States, which will map and observe the changing surface of the Earth. The data will support monitoring of the Earth's climate, water and environment and management of natural disasters. We hope that this partnership and our long-standing expertise in Earth observation will benefit our Indo-Pacific region, including Pacific Island countries that are disproportionately impacted by the effects of climate change. As we pursue a new and exciting future of space innovation and exploration, we continue to learn from those who have come before us. We recognise Australia's First Nations peoples' strong, continuous connection to outer space. We must ensure that humanity's increasing use of outer space is conducted in a sustainable, inclusive manner to ensure its preservation and value. Chair, Australia is committed to implementing outcomes of the committee nationally. This includes continuous improvement of the regulatory framework for space activities, facilitating international interest in Australia as a destination for safe launches and returns, and implementing our international obligations. Complementary to the development of Australia's regulatory framework, Australia is considering issues and opportunities for the sustainability of space activities in Australia and the role of government in addressing them to support the long-term viability of the space sector. This work aligns with Australia's commitments to COPUOS and its subcommittees. Australia's Space Agency will co-host the 30th annual meeting of the Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum with the Japanese Aerospace and Exploration Agency in Perth, Australia, from 26 to 29 November. The theme is collaborating to build a sustainable and responsible regional space sector. And in 2025, Australia will host the 76th International Astronautical Congress in Sydney on the theme of Sustainable Space, Resilient Earth. We look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Australia and thank you also for keeping the time. Now moving to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Bangladesh. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the beginning, I would like to congratulate you on your election and assure you of our full support. I also thank Director Holamaini and the Secretariat for arranging this session successfully. Bangladesh associates itself with the statement of G77 and China, and I would like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Chair, we acknowledge the critical role of COPUOS in promoting the peaceful uses of outer space. For a shared and sustainable future, we must work together to ensure the exploration and use of the outer space for peaceful purposes only, benefiting all countries and leaving no one behind. In the light of the UNJ resolution containing the Declaration on International Cooperation in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space for the benefit and in the interest of all states, taking in particular account the needs of the developing countries as a guiding document. We strongly emphasize international collaboration in the development of space activities. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh fully recognizes the importance of space science and technology and their applications in achieving the 2030 agenda. We believe that all activities in outer space must be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, regardless of their level of economic and scientific development. We also reaffirm our firm stance against militarization of the outer space. We urge all countries to refrain from and to prevent an arms race in the outer space. We believe that all countries should follow the UN Charter, the principle of non-appropriation, democratization of the access to space, equitability in utilization of space knowledge and resources without any conditionality. Space is our common heritage, and therefore we advocate against polluting the outer space. Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that Bangladesh launched its first satellite, Bangabandhu 1, in 2018. This is a geostationary communication and broadcasting satellite which covers Bangladesh, South Asian countries, and other neighbors. In line with the Smart Bangladesh initiative of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the satellite has been providing telecommunication, broadcasting, VSAT facilities, DTH, banking services, distance learning, telemedicine services. Our government has also initiated preparation for launching second satellite for our observation, precise agriculture, resource management, environmental monitoring, urban mapping, disaster management, surveillance of the maritime territories, etc. Mr. Chair, Bangladesh is ready to work closely with COPUOS and UNOSA on the Sustainable Development Goals and the Space 2030 Agenda. Universal and equal access to outer space, international cooperation, strengthening the capacity of the developing countries in utilizing space application, and enhance inclusivity in space affairs. As a new member of COPUOS, we seek technical cooperation from all other members in building our national space capability. In this context, we thank UNOSA for supporting Bangladesh in disaster management. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Bangladesh, and thank you also for keeping the time. Now I'm moving to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Colombia. Please, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Colombia endorses the statement made by G77 and China, and in its national capacity it would like to state the following. To begin with, I would like to congratulate you on your election as chair of the current session of COPUOS and the other members of the Bureau. I wish you all every success. We're grateful to the director and her team for their work to enable all countries to make the most of outer space. I would like to make 5 messages based on Colombia's space foreign policy. Space needs good governance, and Vienna has to be the center of gravity for the decision-making process. We need to consider its place in the UN system for cooperation on subjects such as nuclear power sources in space, international space law, and others. We would like to ask you for your support to strengthen UN-USA so that there can be greater dialogue, cooperation and exchange of information in scientific, technical and legal space issues. Second message, space, outer space, needs to be involved in maintaining peace. It must be used only for peaceful purposes, and Colombia rejects the possible location and use of weapons in outer space. We have to guarantee the long-term sustainability of space activities, increase transparency, foster confidence among states, and make sure that space is only for peaceful purposes. We are concerned about the threat of the growing amounts of space debris and the use made of space resources and the possible risk of asteroids. Message 3. Space could become a platform for technological assistance and cooperation. Space exploration should be a collective effort. It needs input from all states. We advocate inclusivity so that all states, independently of their level of technological development, should be able to participate actively in space exploration and benefit from findings. That is why in 2022 we signed the Artemis Accords. Message 4. Gender rights exist in space too. Colombia would like to highlight the importance of continuing with gender equality in the space sector and to involve women in STEM. We are pleased to see the efforts to promote space for women in UN-USA and the gender toolkit to be used for the space sector. Message number 5, outer space as a vector for development. We believe in the SDGs in space too, and the importance of space applications and technology, for example, reducing the risk of disasters, managing water resources, and others. In Colombia, we are setting up an agency for space resources and digitalization. We are seeking new opportunities to increase capacity building for human talent. Our initiatives include research projects, training, building laboratories, and satellite development programs. To conclude, I would like to say the following. Colombia has a great location for putting objects into orbit. We have 2 oceans, therefore we can reduce the cost of space cargoes. Colombia is the world's second most biodiverse country, and we have the responsibility to care for that biodiversity, for ourselves, for you, and for our children. Colombia would like to use its space technology development to defend and protect its biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the distinguished delegate of Colombia, and I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Belarus. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairman, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the delegation of Belarus, I would like to welcome everyone to the 67th COPUOS session. Chair, we congratulate you on your election to this critical position. We thank USA for the great organization of this session and reiterate our readiness to provide assistance to the work of the committee. Chair, distinguished delegates, outer space activities make an important contribution to science and technology, economics and culture, as well as information. We are a state with a high level of science and technological development. Exploration of outer space is a national priority. in the area of remote Earth sensing, as well as satellite building, electro components, and new material for space applications. All of these are areas which led to a new area of exploration, that is piloted cosmonautics. I would like to inform you that from 23 March to 7 April, there was the flight of the Belarusian cosmonaut on the ISS flight. The first cosmonaut of the Republic of Belarus, Maria Vasilevska, concluded the flight with the team. This was the 21st such flight of the ISS. Oleg Novitsky was the captain, as well as the onboard engineer, Tracy Dyson, from the U.S. There were also Belarusian and Russian cosmonauts on board, and one from the U.S. The flight happened on the Russian space vehicle Soyuz MS-24, using the Soyuz 21A platform. It launched from Baikonur. The Belarusian cosmonaut carried out a scientific program with 7 targeted tasks. After the 13-day expedition on the ISS, Marina Vasilevska, Oleg Novitsky, and the NASA astronaut Laura O'Hara returned to Earth on 6 April 2024 on board Soyuz MS-24. The spaceflight project of the Russian cosmonaut and the Russian segment of the ISS was carried out by the National Academy of Sciences of Belarus and the state corporation Roscosmos. The recruitment of candidates was carried out on the basis of, for the Belarusian cosmonaut, professional requirements having to do with the goals of the flight as well as medical requirements provided by Russia. The selection of the Belarusian cosmonaut saw more than 2,000 candidates. 2 were selected in the end, as well as a stand-in. The goodwill of the candidate was also expressed in written form, and this was taken into account. There was a 7-month training period for the flight in the Research and Experimental Center for Cosmonauts, named after Yuri Gagarin and owned by Roscosmos. We thank the Russian Federation for the joint implementation of this project. I'd like to take this time to note the professionalism of the experts from the Russian space sector, ensuring high-quality training for the Belarusian cosmonaut, as well as the technical components of the project and the reliability of the Russian launching technologies. We express our gratitude to the state's participants of the ISS project for providing the opportunity for the Belarusian cosmonauts to visit the ISS. We thank the ISS team for their warm welcome to the Belarusian cosmonaut on board. And we also wish the team a safe return to Earth. The implementation of the international project yet again bears witness to the unifying role played by outer space. Chairman, delegates, the Republic of Belarus has always expressed its commitment to the main principles in the activities of states for the exploration of and use of outer space as being defined by the UN. We carried out our activities solely for peaceful purposes. We call upon other states to use outer space only for peaceful purposes as well. Thank you, Chairman. I'm very sure that the 67th session of COPUOS, with your able leadership, will be productive and effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Belarus. And now I invite the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of the Philippines. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Philippines extends its utmost appreciation to the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs for the successful conduct of this year's 67th session of UN COPUOS. We welcome the chairmanship of Mr. Sharif Sadki of Egypt. Please be assured of the Philippine delegation's full cooperation and active participation in the 67th session of UN COPUOS. The Philippines remains committed to the 5 outer space treaties and highlights our full support towards their universalization that connotes effective treaty implementation and compliance with all legal obligations of the parties involved. It is my honor to inform you and the distinguished delegates that the Philippines has recently acceded to the Registration Convention. The accession is a milestone that illustrates the country's dedication to abide by international law and to express its full interest to pursue the peaceful use of outer space. As a demonstration of our commitment, even before the Philippines' accession, the country has already registered multiple nanosatellites with the UN Register of Space Objects launched into outer space. Along with our commitment to abide and adhere to the international principles and norms is to approach it on various levels that promotes the 5 UN outer space treaties. We have programs even at the primary education level to nurture the minds of future generations on the importance of space science, technology, and law, and that outer space is for all mankind. Internationally, the Philippines is delighted to note the momentous inclusion of outer space in our common agenda under Policy Brief 7, titled as For All Humanity, the Future of Outer Space Governance. We are pleased to inform the committee of the inclusion of outer space in the country's national security strategy. Our open and inclusive policies underscore the critical role of outer space using space-based assets and emerging technologies in the protection and promotion of our national interests. Mr. Chair, as a nascent space-faring nation, we continue to recognize the importance of utilizing the relevant platforms and mechanisms of diplomacy and international cooperation in developing our country's space science and technology application, as well as to underscore the critical role in ensuring peace and sustainability in outer space. We thank the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, European Space Agency, and other partners for continuously working with PhilSA to further the development of SSTA through research, innovation, and data sharing. We take this opportunity to inform the committee that the Philippines and the United States recently held its inaugural space dialogue last month with the objective of strengthening our cooperation in civil space matters. We thank the United States for hosting the dialogue. We would like to also share that we recently signed the implementing agreement on the Advanced Land Observing Satellite 2, ALOS-2, with JAXA, a partnership that aims to jointly carry out the research activities for satellite data application and development to support monitoring of the environment and the natural disasters in the Philippines. On our partnership with ESA, we are making progress in implementation of the Copernicus Space Component Technical Operating Arrangement, CTOA. We will continue to harness engagements with other countries to support our shared goals and commitments as we leap towards advancement in SSTA. We also thank UN-USA for organizing the UN-Philippines workshop on the applications of global navigation satellite systems held on April 2024 in Manila. The workshop, co-organized by the International Committee on Global Navigation Satellite Systems, our National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, and the PhilSA, was an effective venue to discuss current GNSS technology trends and uses, and case studies for valuable learning of the participants. Mr. Chair, on the topic of sustainability in outer space, the Philippines affirms its commitment to contribute to the sustainability of outer space activities through the Space 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Our delegation will elaborate on this further in our statements for agenda items number 9 and 16. In closing, the Philippines remains responsive to the current needs and challenges of the global community in space. We believe that international cooperation, coupled with space science and technology, will lead the way towards sustainable development and innovation that would in turn benefit all of humankind. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Philippines for your statement and for keeping the time. I will move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Pakistan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, my delegation would like to join others in expressing our felicitation to you on becoming the new chair of the committee. My delegation also wishes to congratulate the new Bureau with Pakistan joining as Vice Chair. I can assure you of our full support and cooperation for a very productive session that will promote peaceful uses of outer space. We also take this opportunity to thank the Director UN-USA, Ms. Aarti Hola, and the Secretariat for preparations made for this session. Pakistan aligns itself with the statement of the Group 77 and China and have the following remarks to make in our national capacity. Mr. Chair, we reaffirm our belief that space is the common heritage of humankind and is not subject to national appropriation by claims of sovereignty. It should be used for peaceful purposes and should remain accessible to all nations on non-discriminatory basis, irrespective of their level of scientific, technical, or economic development. Space is also finite and fragile resources and must be treated as a global commons. Like any other natural resources, it needs to be preserved and protected in a manner so as to ensure equity and access in its uses for all nations. In accordance with this belief, Pakistan has ratified all 5 United Nations space treaties governing the peaceful uses and long-term sustainability of outer space. As a space emerging nation, the prime focus of Pakistan's national space program is the pursuit of sustainable socio-economic progress. Mr. Chair, Pakistan has been actively participated in international space initiatives. In 2023, Pakistan joined ILRS program. On May 3, 2024, Pakistan launched the iCube Qamar satellite on board China's Chang'e 6. Pakistan remains committed to contribute to lunar exploration and leveraging international partnership to enhance its space exploration capability. Pakistan has also launched its Pakistan Multi-Mission Communication Satellite, PAKSAT MM1, on May 30, 2024. PAKSAT MM1 has been developed as part of Pakistan's National Space Program 2047. Mr. Chair, I would like to inform that Pakistan is pursuing multifaceted international space cooperation program. Pakistan is a member of IEAF, COSPER, APSCO, APRSAF, and actively takes part in their activities. In addition, SPARCO hosts the UN SPIDER program, Mission Control Center for COSPOS SARSET, and Inter-Islamic Network on Space Sciences and Technology. Pakistan is also participating in various projects and programs being undertaken under the framework of bilateral and multilateral space cooperation agreements with international organizations and states for the achievement of milestone of its National Space Program 2047. Pakistan is the also host country and founding member of Inter-Islamic Network on Space Science and Technology, ISNET, established in 1987 as an intergovernmental and organization having international status. Pakistan, being the secretary of ISNET, makes utmost effort to utilize the platform for benefit of OIC country and help them to develop their capability in the best possible way. Moreover, Pakistan will also host the International Conference on Space Science and Technology, ICOS, scheduled to be held in 2025. Mr. Chair, Pakistan expressed its concern at the emerging trend towards unilateral national legislation governing space activity, which may be at odds with the international instruments and obligations. Similarly, while voluntary norms to regulate behavior in space are useful, they cannot be substitute for legally binding instruments. The international legal regime governing and regulating space activity needs to evolve in order to ensure the rules of law in outer space. Safety, security, sustainability of space operation, as well as equitable access to space for all states without any discrimination. We also believe that normative and legal framework governing exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources must be consistent with existing international space law, that is 5 UN space treaties, particularly the Outer Space Treaty, and fully respect the principles of non-appropriation and equitable access. Moreover, developing countries continue to face considerable technical and financial hurdles that prevent them from fully benefiting from space technologies. Robust international cooperation for capacity building, technical assistance, and technology transfer of vital importance to ensure that developing nations can meaningfully enjoy their rights in the exploration, access, and use of outer space for sustainable development. This August Forum must play its due role in addressing this challenge. Mr. Chair, global navigation satellite systems have become an integral part of our societies and economies. In this regard, Pakistan views ICG as making a valuable contribution to sustainable development by promoting compatibility, interoperability, and transparency among different satellite navigation systems. This important committee work holds particularly relevance to the development countries such as Pakistan, which are interested in using GNSS for socio-economic growth and sustainable development, and attaches great importance to GNSS application. Pakistan has long been participating in the ICG meeting as an observer. In order to further enhance its cooperation with the ICG, Pakistan applied for its membership in 2021. Our application was strongly supported by all members of the committee on its technical merit, except the one member which refused to join consensus for extraneous political reasons. Pakistan understands that the objective and raison d'etre of the ICG is to facilitate and promote compatibility, interoperability, and transparency among different GNSS through constructive and good faith engagement among members. The ICG will not be able to pursue its stated objective effectively if countries which can contribute to its technical work continue to be excluded for short-sighted political point scoring. We hope that technical consideration will retain merit and Pakistan will finally join this important platform. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, we look forward to a fruitful exchange of views among member states during this session of the committee. I thank you.
Thanks for the distinguished representative of Pakistan. And in view of the right of reply, the request of the Russian Federation, and given the time limitation of the session, I will invite now the Russian Federation to give the right of reply, and then we'll start the next session with the statement of Saudi Arabia. So this will be the first session, the first statement in the afternoon session. The Russian Federation, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chair, for giving me the floor for the right of reply. I'm very sorry, Chairman, and I'd like to say that first. Also to delegations who unfortunately weren't able to take the floor yet during the morning session, although they were on the list. It's not our decision, though. We are simply forced to respond to the discussion during this open debate. Very briefly, unfortunately, I'd like to note that a number of delegations, including the delegation of the EU, did not refrain from political attacks on my country on the matter of Ukraine. Allow me to remind you that Ukraine is not part of the agenda of COPUOS. Colleagues, I think it's becoming evident for everyone today that the politicization of the discussions are striking increasingly tangible blows to the committee. Many member states see this type of development as being disappointing and unfortunate. I would like to call upon delegations to refrain from politicization. I would like to make very clear that my delegation will respond to any and all attacks on it, as well as political allegations made against it. And now, on the matter of the DPRK, today we bore witness to the fact that the DPRK is subject to very significant allegations. We all know, though, that the DPRK is not present in the room. The United States actually blocked some time ago the request for participation in the committee of the DPRK. The fact that the DPRK is not in the room does not mean that they can be blamed of anything and everything. The Russian Federation has carefully followed the military and space cooperation between the Republic of Korea and the US, including when it comes to launching into outer space military satellites. We see these military preparations as very worrisome. If required, they can be done. They can be a subject to discussion on the COPUOS agenda on ways and means to retain outer space for peaceful purposes, but we'd like to avoid doing this. Now, responding briefly to the statement made by the distinguished delegation of Austria. Goodwill and the Vienna spirit mean that we wouldn't like to touch upon this topic, but unfortunately colleagues forced us to as they politically attacked the Russian Federation. I would like to inform the committee that the Austrian government consistently and intentionally has been discriminatory with respect to the participation of the Russian Federation in the work of the committee and its subcommittees. The head of the delegation of the Russian Federation and some delegates were given visas to Austria at the very last minute, that is Friday evening. Allow me to recall that the Republic of Austria has concluded with UNOV an agreement, the so-called seat agreement. As per the agreement, Austria must swiftly and without obstacle issue visas to delegates from states going to participate in UN events. In this regard, we would reject any sort of justifications regarding Russia's supposed non-compliance with visa applications, and we see those as solely unfriendly. We would like to warn our Austrian colleagues that if this policy were to continue, the Russian Federation would be forced to block the conduct of committee and subcommittee events being held in Austria for an indeterminate period. You can see this as an official warning. I now turn to what many delegations raised, and specifically the delegation of Sweden and Australia, that is the draft resolution on the Security Council regarding the prohibition of the placement of nuclear weapons in outer space. Again, this topic, in essence, doesn't directly relate to the mandate of COPUOS, and so it is not clear why it was raised here. However, we will provide clarifications. One, in spite of its rather bold title, the resolution to a great extent repeats the provisions of the UN Space Treaty, calling for the universalization of said document, and essentially is a peaceful space resolution. In this regard, we think that it would be better, before presenting the document to the Security Council, to discuss it first here on the UN COPUOS. Allow me to remind you that last year, when the Russian Federation submitted for consideration of the Fourth Committee of the General Assembly a draft resolution on science, space, and technologies for peace, it was the Western colleagues who said that that probably wouldn't be right. Probably the document should have been considered on COPUOS. So why are you doing the same now yourselves? This is totally incomprehensible logic. Second, decision of the Security Council are legally binding. Adoption on the level of the UN Security Council, or rather confirmation of a space document there, would create a dangerous precedent because not all UN member states are parties to the UN Outer Space Treaty. However, they would be then forced to implement the provisions which they haven't signed on to. And now the most important reason as to why the Russian Federation was forced to veto the draft resolution presented by the US and Japan. I think it's very important that all colleagues know this. The Russian Federation proposed broadening the scope of the document, taking into account the prohibition of the placement of weapons in outer space, not just nuclear weapons, but any type of weapons. But for some reason, the proposal, for some reason, was unacceptable to Western colleagues. So what's the idea? On the committee, you're calling for the outer space to be retained for peaceful purposes, but in practice, you cannot set this forth on the UN Security Council, namely that any type of weapons shouldn't be placed in outer space, while this aim is essentially supported by the UN General Assembly. I do hope that this will close the discussion on the draft resolution, which has nothing to do with COPUOS anyway. And in conclusion, I would like to respond to the remarks to the effect that the Russian Federation should use space science and is using space science and technology for military purposes in the conflict in Ukraine. We think that this sounds particularly cynical, given that the Russian Federation is the one for the second year now who has been raising on COPUOS the inadmissibility of using civilian and commercial space technologies for military purposes, including in the conflict in Ukraine. I would like to assure you, colleagues, that we will indeed touch upon this in detail when we get to this during the 67th session of COPUOS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So given the time constraint, okay, so we have the Republic of Korea and Austria. Is there any other delegate who wants the floor? Yeah, there is one at the back.
Ukraine.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so given the time constraint now, then we will start the next session, and then we'll give the floor for the different requesters at the beginning of the next session in the afternoon. So we'll adjourn this session, and then at the beginning of the next session, we'll start the session with giving the floor for the requesters. Okay. So at this point, I will shortly adjourn this meeting. Before doing so, I would like to inform delegates of our schedule of work for this afternoon. We'll meet promptly at 3 p.m. We'll continue our consideration for item 5, general exchange of views, and we'll begin then the consideration of agenda item 6, ways and means of maintaining peaceful uses of outer space.